Hello, everyone. How are we today? I hope we are well. Welcome in, Tyler, and thank you for the 500 bits. I really appreciate it. Hello, hello, hello. One moment. Let me check. Make sure nothing is messed up today. Shouldn't be. Hopefully. But how are we all? Good. That's good. Good to hear. I did want to just start out today by I noticed this come in over the weekend, and I don't know if whoever anonymous is here, but thank you for the 12 gifted subs. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I wish I knew who you were to thank you properly, but thank you. Thank you regardless. Yeah, I really hope you're doing well. I hope everyone is doing well. How is Maeve? Maeve is here. Maeve is here. It's a lot of stuff's going on, and I just want everyone to stay safe, happy, healthy. You'll probably find out who Anonymous is on debut. Why? How would... I see. Never mind. I think I know who it is now. I see. I see what you're getting at. But yeah. Yeah, I just want everyone to stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy. A lot's going on in my mind right now, so I'm hoping Morgana can help me kind of focus in on things. So, that's good. I'm glad you're doing well. One moment, sorry. Sorry about that. I had to just clear my throat a little bit. I appreciate it. I really do. I just, you know, things are happening, things are moving, and I just want to make everything great for everyone. So hopefully I can. But yeah. So today we're going to try and get through more of Morgana. We're almost done. I don't know exactly how much is left. I think we'll be able to get through another like 3-ish hours, 3-4 hours. Hopefully. Hopefully. And yeah. We are going back to Michelle. If only. Although he wouldn't, he only has eyes for Giselle, so it would be fine. It wouldn't be him. Yeah. But we're gonna hop back in. We are back to, where are we? Trying to remember where we were. Why is my mind just drawing a blank? Mell, right? We're at Mell. Mell's recounting his story about how he got roped into everything. Right. And that is where we are. I remember Michelle having horrible social skills. Being isolated for 10 plus years, we'll do that. We'll do that. Also, one moment before we get going, because I always forget. Oop, okay. Okay. We are back. Give me 1 second to get the game, because it won't capture this one, but it will capture main screen. Yes. I know how to do my job. Maybe. Now we just shush the music. Shush the music. We go back to desktop because the main screen doesn't, this game does not like to be in the game capture. So we do this. And I'm going to turn me down just slightly. Just a bit. And we will get going. Oh, those are the autos. I want the autos. Here we are. Okay, I've got one save spot left before I have to go back and rewrite over. Well, hopefully there's not much left. The road to the truth. I see. Well, I guess we will see on debut, huh? Okay, give me 1 second. I'm going to take a quick sip of water. A quick sip. Sip. Okay. Him. Alright, well, here it goes. The whole story, from start to finish, of how I ended up in this mess. Thank you for doing the trigger warnings, I appreciate it. So yes, if anyone is lurking and does not know what Morgana is, please advise by the trigger warnings, and if any of these topics are too sensitive or something that may cause you harm, please take care of yourself first, and I will see you another day. But, here we go. Until the time I was around 17, my life was mostly uneventful. On days when it was nice out, I would take walks around the house's grounds, sometimes napping beneath a tree. It was picturesque, and you were always with me. You have the same flaxen-colored hair as me, and yours always seemed to glisten in the sun, whereas mine is flat and dull. You shone like a tiny little dancing sun time, I had assumed that was how life would always be. I genuinely wanted it to be. Following my 17th birthday, though, I was met with a deluge of changes. First, father fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. With his death came the question of who would be the next head. As the eldest son, normally it would fall on me to take his place. I was 17, by all means enough of an adult to handle things myself. Or, well, that's what I thought anyway. Nobody else did, though. After discussions I had no part in, it was decided that my uncle would be the next head. But they weren't confident I had the spine to do the job properly. I wasn't sure what to think. Part of me wanted to know why no one bothered talking to me, and part of me was relieved. Somewhere inside, I knew I didn't have what it took. So I was more than happy to let someone else take that responsibility. It meant I could go on with my quiet life. I didn't care who they picked. My uncle, though, seemed to have caught on to my apathy, which he didn't take on too kindly. In response, he formally disowned me. Not the only one who still had some growing up to do, Nelly. I wasn't quite the adult I thought I was either. Fortunately, if you want to call it fortune, I was given enough money to live for a decent length of time, as well as a place to stay. It was a small house, far from home. His way of making it hard for me to come back. Not that I had any intention of returning. But the best thing to come out of it all was you coming with me, Nelly. So this is our new house, dearest Mell. Yep, so it is. It's amazing how little there is. No big yard, no paintings, no vases filled with colorful flowers, no silver bowls full of fresh picked fruit. But there is you and me. You're not going to go and say you want to return home in a couple months when you realize life isn't as luxurious as here as it was back there, are you? There's only one thing in the whole wide world I really need. Oh? Honestly, I can live without shiny shoes and pretty dresses like Mother wears. I don't need composers to come and write me songs for my birthday. As long as I have the one thing that matters most to me, I can do anything I can do without anything else. Are you saying... I'm as happy as I ever been. I don't need all the fancy, expensive stuff. We may not have a huge yard, but the sun shines everywhere. Flowers can grow without a gardener tending to them. Nelly. I'll do whatever I can for you, dearest Mell. Are you hungry? I'm hungry. Yeah, a bit. All right, I'll make something then. Start off with some fruit jam. And then maybe make a pie out of it. What else sounds good? I'm craving cookies. You've got quite the sweet tooth. You're going to make yourself sick like that. That's the first smile I've seen since we got here. That can't be right. I'm sure I've been smiling. Nope. You've been all frowny all day. Whatever you say. Forget about all that stuff at home. We've got each other. We can do this. Who cares that we're not rich anymore? We'll figure things out in no time. And then we'll have even more fun than we did back there. Yeah, you're right. It'll all work out, dearest Mell. I'll always be here for you. You've got yourself an adorable little princess. What more could you possibly need? Money. Food. Well, you got shelter. You might have some food, but for how long, who knows? Cheer up. Thanks. I'm really glad you decided to come with me. Oh, did you think for a second I wouldn't? I'm your princess, dearest Mell. And princesses belong with their princes. I suppose so. Until that day, I had never known how good it felt to have someone who wanted me in their life, who saw me for me. I realized for the first time how blessed I had always been. I was hardly prince material. I wasn't strong or handsome or regal enough for that. But Nellie calling me her prince gave me the illusion of being worth something. It made me feel like I could keep on being that richly blessed young man, even this far from home. While I had been given some money, my supply wasn't far from infinite. I knew I would eventually have to find some kind of work, some way to support myself and Nellie. But to be quite honest, I couldn't gather the motivation to do much of anything. My whole life had changed so abruptly, so dramatically, that my mind just wasn't able to keep up. It had knocked me on my backside, and I didn't have the strength to get back up. I couldn't tell Nellie that, of course. So this is what I said instead. I'm staying home because I want to be with you as much as possible. And she happily took my word. Our new life together was quiet and unremarkable. Even so, it was still in a constant stream of new experiences for the two of us, having been pampered our entire lives. Welcome home, dearest Mell. What did you buy today? Welcome in, Samurai. Hello, hello. I hope you're doing well. I got a chicken. Wow, I've never seen one up close before. Are we going to keep it as a pet? Nellie, it might be a dead chicken. It may be a dead chicken. It might not be a live chicken. No worries, Samurai. Thank you so much for lurking. I appreciate it. Yep. I was planning on using it for supper. What? You're going to cook it? That's the idea. You like chicken though, don't you? Steamed especially, if I remember right. Yes, but... Oh, it is alive. Oh, he's gonna have to kill it. Oh, don't show Miss Nellie that. Don't show little Nellie that. But it's all covered in feathers and flapping about. How are we supposed to cook it? I remember. The guy said you have to pluck its feathers, then cut off its head and drain all the blood. And she's like, no, we're not doing that. It's now my friend. No. Ew, no way. Absolutely not. Not in a million years. You do it, Mel. What? I've never done this before. Well, I'm not. So you do it. All right. I'll bring it to the... Not inside. Do it outside. Okay. I've never had to slaughter a chicken before. The chefs back home always took care of that. God, I hope I don't screw this up. Well, I'm not going to accomplish anything if I just sit here worrying. I gotta give it my best shot. No, please don't put up a fight. I can't watch. On the count of 3. Okay. Count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Wait. Come back. It's gone. At first, I was fumbling about in the dark, constantly messing up everything I tried. But in time, I started getting more comfortable with things and stopped pining for my old life. For the longest time, I couldn't shake the memory of the fact that I had once been a noble. I was constantly wondering how I had ended up there, why this was happening to me. Nellie had seemed to have adjusted fairly quickly, but I wasn't faring so well. I was surprised, honestly. I figured if anyone was going to have an issue with our new lifestyle, it was going to be her, not me. Back home, Nellie had always been tended to. Nellie had tended to be, a bit of a princess. She was frequently harsh with the Abigails, scolding them for the smallest of things. There were times I thought she might be biting her tongue for my sake, but every time it crossed my mind, she would say, "I've got you, dearest Mel. Everything's just fine." And it was those words that kept me going. Oh, dearest Mel, I just had the most wonderful idea. Would you like to hear it? Sure. What's your idea? No. Nellie, no. I know you're doing this innocently, but no. No.
We should get married.
What? You can't be serious.
As serious gets. I mean, we're basically married already in everything but name.
We can't do that. We're siblings.
Nobody here needs to know that.
Girl, stop this.
No.
They can guess from our hair color and eye color, though.
I don't even think we look that much alike.
Anyway, whatever gave you that idea?
If we get married, then we can be together forever.
We can do that just as well as brother and sister.
It's not the same, though. No one ever says two siblings lived happily ever after. I want to be with you for the rest of my life, dearest Mell. And the best way to do that is to get married.
But Nellie...
What are you so hesitant for?
Commitment. Also, thank God. Like, even if they weren't related, I feel like Mell would still say no. Because he is afraid of commitment and not knowing what he wants out of life. So, you know.
Is there someone you pine for?
No, but...
Then there's no problem.
We're blood-related siblings. Does she realize that getting married means eventually having children and everything that leads up to that? That goes against the teachings of the Lord. No, she's still just a kid chasing after a fairy tale ending. She doesn't understand the reality of what she's saying. Sometimes I'm not sure what to do with you, Nellie.
So you'll marry me?
But right now, I know you need God's word. Starting tonight, you're getting your own private sermon every night. You understand?
Blah.
I hope that picked up. My instruction was as much for my own sake as it was for Nellie's. I'm not gonna lie, thought did cross my mind that her proposition might not be so bad. No, stop this. No. For one, I couldn't imagine spending my life with anyone else, and it had been her smile that had kept me going when things got difficult. But I knew it was a sin, and I didn't think I'd be able to live with myself if I crossed that line. So night after night, I taught her, reminded her that we were brother and sister. And that we didn't have anything more... Sorry, that we didn't have anything more for her to be the most important... Oh my... Sorry. Why can't I read right now? I think we're still early on. Me. That we didn't need to be anything more for her to be the most important person in the world to me. After about our 3rd month away from home, life began crumbling. Nellie woke up with a high fever that refused to break. At first, I thought it was a cold, that she'd be over it soon enough. But as much as I tried to convince myself, oh, she'll be better tomorrow, she just kept getting worse. And eventually, she couldn't even get out of bed. She had visibly lost weight, and I never heard her voice so weak and lethargic before. Is there anything you'd like me to get you, Nellie?
All I want is you to be here with me, dearest Mell.
You really should eat something. I'll make you something you like. How about some nice, expensive chicken? The last one got away, but I won't let that happen this time.
Not really in the mood for anything too heavy.
Oh, okay.
Don't you worry, Mell. I'll be better before you know it.
Yeah, you will. You'll be just fine. Everything's going to go back to normal soon.
Mm-hmm.
Watching Nellie grow weaker every day scared the hell out of me. Thank you for the head pat. I desperately did not want to lose her. If I lost her, then who would be left that wanted me? Who would tell me I was worth something? Who would say nice things about me? Who would be there with me every day? Just when I started to feel optimistic about this new life, started to become comfortable in it, it was looking like it might fall apart again. I searched everywhere for some medicine that could cure her. Healthy foods, fruits and vegetables with supposed medicinal properties, anything I could get my hands on. I prayed. And Nellie, you were overjoyed. You were thrilled I would go such a lengths for you. But the reality is, I was really doing it for myself. But as much as I searched, I couldn't find anything that worked, and I started to panic. I would go to bed at night afraid I'd wake up the next morning, and Nellie wouldn't. I was already grasping at straws, and I was ready to try anything that even had the slightest chance of curing her. And then one day I heard whispers. Whispers of a witch who lived by the lake. They said she was a recluse, and she hardly ever left her house, and that she hadn't been down to the city in years. They told me she might have some medicinal herbs that would help, so I rushed down to the lake to see her. Sitting by the shore was a small cottage, even less luxurious than where Nellie and I were living at the time. Seeing the thin trails of smoke leaving from the chimney, I was convinced the rumors were true. A witch lived in that house. I wasn't sure what to expect. Being a recluse, I figured she wasn't going to be very sociable, at least. To tell you the truth, I was kind of scared to knock on her door. But I exhausted all my other options, so I clenched my teeth and gave the door 2 firm raps.
Who's there?
The sound of her voice caught me off guard, and all I could do was stare at the door with a knot in my throat. Based on the information I had assumed I was going to find a wrinkly old woman was the voice of a young girl. And even though she only said 2 words, there was something indescribably enchanting about that voice. I could listen to her talk for hours on end, and in some strange hypnotic trance. It was almost like magic, for lack of a better word. I stood there, dumbfounded, like my soul had been sucked from my body.
So who's there?
She repeated her question, which brought me back to reality. Though I had to fight to maintain my wits to respond coherently. My sister has fallen very ill, and she desperately needs medicine. I was told that the person who lives here is a skilled herbalist. Could I please get something to treat her?
What are her symptoms?
She's got an extremely high fever that just won't come down. She's had no appetite, she only drinks water, and she can't get out of bed.
We're going to want to lower her fever first. After that, get her on a nutritious diet. I'm going to give you 2 medications. Give her the first while her fever's high, and the second after it comes down.
Thank you very much. Her voice wasn't bright and energetic like Nellie's. It was more restrained, somber, and quiet, yet simultaneously clear and sharp. The sound tickled my curiosity. I wanted to know what she looked like. I wanted to know what kind of girl stood on the other side of that door. With a voice that pretty, she must be equally lovely, I thought. And I had to see it for myself. And my wish didn't fall on deaf ears. When she opened the door to hand me the herbal medicine and take my money, her head peeked out between the cracks ever so slightly. I said I would tell you everything, exactly as it happened. So I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. It was unsettling. It was nothing like I had imagined from her voice. Her skin had, I guess, fallen off or something. So you could see the raw red flesh beneath. To say it was hard to look at would have been an understatement. Most of her face was covered by a black hood, so all I could see was her mouth and chin. But even that much was harrowing. But the last thing I wanted to do was look away. For all I knew, that was why she had become a recluse. And I wouldn't let myself hurt her. So I suppressed my own disgust and put on my best smile. People often tell me I have a very pleasant and amiable smile. So I figured I could use that to prevent her from picking up on what was going on through my mind. When she saw my face, a look of surprise seemed to cross hers. The witch's herbs did indeed seem to help some. Going to visit her was better than talking to any of the local doctors. Nonetheless, Nellie hadn't been cured. She was only feeling a little bit better. So I kept paying the witch visits, kept purchasing more herbs from her. And every time I went to that cottage and heard her sweet voice, I imagined how much sweeter it would look without a door obstructing it. Even knowing what she looked like didn't stop the curiosity from growing within me. When I gathered talking to her, there wasn't much of an age difference between us either. She was 16 and I was 17. And I'm sure you know how it is when you meet someone around your age. You feel sort of a sense of kinship. This girl I had originally believed to be some otherworldly witch was starting to feel like a regular person to me. Through our conversation, I managed to learn her name, as well as the fact that she had come from a faraway country. We're both a long way from home. Thinking she might open up even more to someone who had been through a similar experience, I decided to try inviting her to go on a walk with me. It's not healthy to stay holed up inside all time. You've got this beautiful lake right here. What do you say we take a little walk around the shoreline? To my surprise, she accepted. Great weather, isn't it? I love the way the sun reflects off the surface of the lake. It's gorgeous. Are you okay?
I'm in disbelief, to tell you the truth.
Huh? What for?
You've seen my face. You know how hideous I am. And you still invited me on this walk? You're a very peculiar person.
Is that really that strange? I mean, we're almost the same age, so I figured we might make pretty good friends.
You want to make friends? With me?
Well, sure. We've been through a lot of the same things. No, you have not. No, you have not. You have not. You have no idea what she's gone through. So we can understand each other better than most. No, you cannot.
Understand each other?
Yeah, we're both young and have been through some rough times. Yes, thank you, Morgana.
I'm going to be blunt with you. You have not been through anything like I have.
What? No?
If you had experienced the things I have, you wouldn't be smiling right now. I haven't known you that long. I don't need to in order to know you're unequivocally dissimilar. How unequivocally dissimilar we are. And we are cut from very different cloth.
Well, yeah, we're people. We're not made of cloth, so...
That's not what that means, you know?
Oh.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be so harsh. In fact, I would say you're much better off not being in my position.
It sounds like you've been through a lot.
No shit, Sherlock. Just look at her. No shit.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to you? I'd be happy to lend an ear. She's gonna need more than just you lending an ear, my friend. It might make you feel better to get it off your chest.
And that is what's so different about us.
Huh?
I will not tell you about myself, no. That said, I do appreciate the concern. Thank you.
Sure. You're welcome? She's not very open with people, huh? So I guess that's only to be expected. She hasn't spent much time around other people, looking the way she does. I wonder if there's anything I can do for her. At least get her to show a little bit more emotion. Say, if it's not too much to ask, you think we can maybe do this again sometime?
Don't expect me to lower my prices.
I'm not trying to squeeze a better deal out of you. I just want to get to know you better. Nothing more to it. No ulterior motives. Promise.
Did you forget I've already said I won't be telling you about myself?
All right. Then it doesn't have to be about you. We can talk about anything. Whatever you want. Do you have any favorite food? Favorite hobbies?
Nothing in particular.
Well, that was a fruitful conversation. Okay, crap.
I have no interests or tastes worth mentioning. So if you want to talk, I suppose that leaves you to be the subject.
Me?
Tell me about yourself.
My life's not all that exciting. Anything I tell you, you would have just probably be bored.
I'm not looking for excitement.
Oh, okay. Well, alright, then I guess I can tell you about myself. And so I did. I told her about my family situation. I told her about Nellie. That was pretty much all I had to talk about. For the most part, she hardly even reacted to anything I said, so it was difficult to tell if she was even listening or not. But she would urge me to continue whenever I'd go quiet for more than a few moments. So I suppose she was listening. Every time I came to purchase more medicine, we'd go on a walk around the lake together. A single loop around the shoreline didn't give us much time to talk. My attempts to reduce our walking pace or stop to extend our time together were flatly ignored. And she refused to go around more than once, claiming it would disturb her daily rhythm. That said, she never refused an invitation either, so I don't think she particularly disliked me. Yet, anyway. Oh, a robin.
What does a robin have to do with your sister?
Nothing. I just saw one over there. If you listen, you can hear it singing. It migrates somewhere warmer when it gets cold. They just fly off to someplace more comfortable. If I had wings like a bird, maybe I could be free too.
There is not a single creature living in this world that is free.
But
birds regularly get shot down by hunters or preyed on by larger birds. The idea that they are free is nothing more than a man's short-sighted delusion. Sorry, I guess. No. I should be apologizing. I wasn't trying to attack you. I simply lack the ability to properly empathize with others. I don't understand people. So please, if I say anything that upsets you or makes you uncomfortable, don't assume that it was my intention. Sure. Maybe you're hiding it, or maybe you just don't know it, but I think you've got more empathy than you're letting on. Surely you can't say nothing affects you at all. You are human. So you don't have to be so closed off. I may not be able to do much for you, but I do want to get to know you better. I want to understand you. If you ever feel like talking about yourself, just know you've got an eager pair of ears here. Okay? If there was ever someone who could understand me, who could empathize with me, they would not be human. What do you mean? That you would need to be far removed from any idea of humanity to have an chance to understand me. Regardless, I do appreciate your kind words. Sure. So, out of curiosity, do you have anyone, really important to you in your life? No. Not at the moment. Does that mean you used to? I'd love to hear about them, if you don't mind. They're all long dead. 4 years ago, something unpleasant occurred. And as a result of that, I was forced to part ways with people who taught me that humans have the capability for kindness. Oh, I'm sorry. Well then, if your sister's condition worsens again, come see me. Farewell. Hey, maybe we could walk a little slower next time? So we have more time to talk? I want to get to know you better. I'll consider it. Does that really require that much thought? So long. Bye. See you soon. Things continued on like that for a while. Sorry, 1 second, I'm gonna take a sip. Nellie bounced back and forth between getting better and getting worse. Emotionally, I followed not far behind, getting very little in the way of peace of mind. Thank you for the posture check. One moment. Owie. Beep. Thank you for the lurk, Marky. I appreciate it.
Having spent so much time worrying over and looking after Nellie, it was starting to wear me out. Even though I knew good and well she had it much worse than me. I wanted to be done with it all. I wanted to be free. I wanted her to get better as soon as possible, so I could stop agonizing over her. So, at some point, I started wishing for a miracle. I didn't care if it came from God, an angel, or something less holy. I just wanted someone to cure Nellie and take that weight off my shoulders. And during one of our walks, I let that slip. I'll take anything at this point to make her better. I'll even take a miracle if I can get one. I assumed she would, as she had a tendency to do, say that people who believed in miracles were delusional. Welcome back, Samurai. I hope work wasn't too stressful for you. She was, in my mind, very much a realist, which is why her response surprised me so much. Do you sincerely wish for a miracle? What? Do you truly want a miracle? No matter what form it may take? Well, yeah. I've tried everything else. God is all I can ask for help for anymore. I know what you're gonna say. There's no such thing as miracles. If there were, Nellie would have been better already. I've prayed every single night for her recovery. Well, good. I was having to practice for Oh, good luck on your presentation. Good luck. I was always really bad at presentations. I was not a good person for presentations. But I wish you all the best. All the best. It's all just a delusion, I know. Miracles do exist. What? If you have faith and you sincerely wish for her to be healed, you will be granted your miracle. What are you talking about, Morgana? You've said many times you wish to know more about me. Yeah, I have. Well, I'll grant you that wish. As you listen to my story, you will come to understand why I said you will never be able to empathize with me. And as you do, hope will sprout up within you. Here in my lakeside cottage, I am known as a witch, but I did not used to be called such. No. I am the daughter of God. Most people would dismiss such claims as madness, and I almost did exactly that. There was something strangely enchanting about her voice, and I found myself slowly drawn into her tale. Listening intently
to her every word. The more I heard, the harder it was to believe she was lying. And before long, I was convinced she was the daughter of God, a saint whose blood had miraculous powers. Her first cry ended a lengthy drought in the village where she was born, and her blood cured the sick. She rolled up one sleeve to show me her arm. Practically every inch of skin from her shoulder to the tips of her fingers was scarred where she had been cut. According to her, the scarring had been far worse, but had been improved with the application of ointment. Every single one of those scars, she said, marked a person who had sought her blood. And I believed every word. There was something about her that set her apart from the rest of us normal people. Like she was some higher being. They were not self-inflicted wounds, but the marks of someone who had tried to, or the marks of someone who had tried to take her own life, but symbols of the great sacrifices she had made. She offered to give Nellie her blood, and without a moment's hesitation, I accepted. Sorry, I'm just checking the audio level. Mell? Hey, Nellie, I'm back. And I brought someone with me. A saint. A saint? Yep. She's here because medicine hasn't been working for you. She can perform miracles. So she's going to cure you. Miracles? That's right. Her blood has miraculous healing powers. Blood? Fear not, my beloved sister. Hear my words and do as I say. You must have faith for the miracle to be formed correctly. I give you my blessing that it may bestow unto you salvation. I give you my love. I give you relief. Hear my words. I hear them. This body was created not in a mortal womb. This flesh is not the flesh of man. This blood is not the flesh of man. Sorry. I'm dumb. That's what I am. Sorry, let me go back and try that again. I'm messing up Morgana's incantation. One moment. This needs to be correct. This body was not created in a mortal womb. This flesh is not the flesh of man. This blood is not the blood of man. The water that flows through these holy veins flows from the river of creation. There we go. Have mercy on them, O Father. May the infirm find comfort in your warmth. May the destitute find reprieve in your generosity. Destitute, sorry. May my flesh bring nourishment and health unto this girl. Bestow upon her your blessing, O Father. I'm okay, don't worry. It's fine.
No, legitimately, I'm fine. Like, it's all okay. Don't worry. Nothing's happening. Like, it's good. Are you saying that about me? How rude. How rude. Huh. Huh. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right, let's get back to the story. Let's get back to the story. Sorry to sideline. Morgana held a pale hand over Nellie's mouth and, without hesitation, sliced her own wrist. Blood slowly trickled down her middle finger from the cut, dripping into the gap between Nellie's bluish lips. I stood there entranced by the whole scene. It was like I was witnessing some kind of ritual. I wasn't sure, however, whether to describe it as sacred or profane. Watching the fresh blood trickle from the cut on her wrist made me break out into a sweat, feeling like I was violating a taboo. My knees rattled, and I could barely stay on my feet. Needles pricked my hands. Thoughts slipped through my fingers before they could fully form. I crossed a line that was not meant to be crossed. Had I stepped into territory man was never supposed to enter? In time, I stopped processing Morgana's prayer as words. It became nothing but a rhythmical sequence of bouncing sounds bouncing around my head. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba, that's a tongue twister. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Rhythmical sequence of sounds bouncing. My line of sight gradually narrowed. Light. Huh? Are you all right? The ceremony is complete. How's Nellie? She is asleep right now, but she should awaken soon. Oh, good. My blood has the power to cause miracles, but you must remember that the miracle is predicated on your faith. So are you saying we need to worship you? No, I am merely God's progeny. Your praises and prayers should be directed at my Father, the Lord God. I should get going then. Hey, thank you very much. When Morgana said I would never be able to understand or empathize with her, she had not been lying. Having only heard her tell of it, I'd still believed there was room for me to close the gap between us. That we still had enough in common. But seeing it with my own eyes, feeling it with my entire being, and no longer had any illusions of us being on the same plane. I gave her my thanks. My voice was audibly trembling. Well, this is an interesting plotline.
Mell, come on, get up, dearest Mell. Oh, Mell.
Nelly?
You're finally you're awake, sleepyhead. What's with that look? Am I making a funny face?
Are you good to be up and about?
Yep. I woke up this morning feeling wonderful. Feel my forehead, Mell. See? No fever.
It's gone. She actually performed a miracle.
I only remember bits and pieces, but I remember a really pretty saint lady showing up and giving me her blood.
That's how she remembers it? Her memory is pretty hazy, huh?
And I got this warm and fuzzy feeling inside me. And then I had this really strange dream.
What kind of dream?
There were a whole bunch of lights floating around me, and they were changing into all sorts of different colors. It was the most wonderful dream.
That doesn't help me understand at all, Nelly.
It was a good dream, and that's all that matters. It must have been the Saint Lady's power at work.
Yeah, it must be. I'm so relieved you're feeling better, Nelly.
Sorry for all the trouble I caused you. And now, everything can go back to normal.
Yep. All back to normal. And Mel's like, get me the hell out of here. She wants to thank me. Yeah, Nelly's insisting I let her meet you so she can show her gratitude. So if that's all right, would you mind coming over for supper sometime?
That would probably not be wise.
Huh? Why not?
It'd be hardly pleasant to have to eat in the presence of a face as grotesque as mine. I doubt your sister will react well to the sight of it.
I don't think it would cause any problems. Nellie isn't the kind of girl to judge someone by their looks. I don't think.
Perhaps not. But to her, I'm a saint, not a normal person. In her mind, she thinks I'm beautiful, doesn't she? We must maintain that illusion. It is essential to the miracle that her faith remains unwavering. And on some level, that faith depends on her idolized image of me.
You think so?
Though our time together was brief, I could see it in her. She is a girl with a great love of beauty. And perhaps the same could be said of you.
I don't judge people by how they look. It's what's on the inside that matters.
I'll take you at your word.
Thanks. So, are you sure you don't want to come?
I really shouldn't. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, okay. Why in the world am I feeling relieved? Nellie recovering was a huge weight off my shoulders.
Now everything could go back to the way it was. Quiet and unremarkable. Could finally go out and get a real job. Forget about my old life. Live like a regular old commoner. That was what I was going to do for the both of us. The problem was, Nellie hadn't actually recovered completely. She was in nearly perfect health for the first few days after drinking Morgana's blood. But soon her fever came back. She stopped being able to get out of bed, and to top it all off, she started having lengthy coughing fits. During some of them, she coughed up the littlest bits of bloody phlegm. I nearly had a panic attack. So I rushed to Morgana's cottage and told her what was happening, to which she responded with a quizzical tilt of her head. Nellie's health meant everything to me. It certainly wasn't the curiosity her head tilt seemed to make it out to be. But it didn't seem to bother her at all. The miracle took place, but it didn't persist? That doesn't make much sense. But it's true. She can't get out of bed. And it's not a problem with her faith. I've been teaching her the word of God every night. And she absolutely believes in you and her saint. Lower your voice. I will perform another miracle for her. You'll do it again? I will not forsake those who are in need. And it'll stick this time, right? I cannot promise anything. But why? Your miracles aren't supposed to be temporary, are they? Whether they are or not is not decided by you and your sister. Or is decided by you and your sister. You're my only hope, though. Please, do not worry. A second blessing is not enough to cure her ailment, and I will continue to visit and give her my blood as many times as necessary. I will gladly give her every last drop of blood in my body. I can assure you, my father does not want to see two young souls like yourselves torn apart. And neither do I. We should get going. All right. Sounds like pneumonia. It could be. I'm not 100% sure what it is. If we actually ever are told what Nellie's illness is. Though to be fair, this is sometime before 1099, so it could be. But at that point, they probably just called it sickly, and then you were just kind of fucked. For the second time, Morgana had Nellie drink of her blood. And for the second time, she was healthy again the next morning. For the second time, she fell ill again shortly thereafter. Her fever returned. I went to get Morgana. She gave Nellie her blood. The cycle repeats again and again. And every time, I had to watch her go through that ceremony. It was exhausting. I wasn't sure I could handle it much longer. Started thinking that there maybe wasn't anything sacred about any of this. That it was all as blasphemous as it looked from the outside. I was making a girl cut her own wrist and feed my sister her blood. Nothing about that sounded right. But I had nowhere else to go. No one else to ask for help. When I was with Morgana, listening to her words of reassurance, she, without fail, wiped away all doubt I had. It wasn't until after she left that the wave of regret hit me. I wasn't sure what was right or wrong anymore. I wasn't sure what to do anymore. Every time I went to see Morgana, it got more and more difficult to look her in the eye. I stopped asking her on walks as often, and I stopped trying to have chats with her, not so much out of a sense of guilt, but because I was getting to be afraid of her. One of those draining days, someone knocked on the door. I hadn't asked Morgana to come down that day, so I wasn't sure who it could be. Ellie was asleep in her bed, so I quietly rose from my seat and made my way to the door, trying not to wake her. Who is it? Hello? Who's there? I had an inkling of suspicion that had been raised in such but having been raised in such a sheltered environment, I didn't understand exactly how dangerous it was to thoughtlessly open the door to anyone who came knocking. Pulled the door inward a few inches and tried to peek through the crack. When out of nowhere, someone grabbed my shoulder and shoved me, helpless to resist, into the house.
Anyone want to guess who this is?
Place your bets. Who do we think? Who do we think?
A man stood above me.
There he is. Yes, beast, bestia. Or in this case, he's called swordsman.
Yukimasa. Yukimasa.
What? What do you think you're doing? What do you want from me? I don't have anything valuable. I'm just a regular old peasant. That's fair. That's fair, samurai. He is our second of three keys that we need.
I'm not here to rob you.
What?
You're in contact with the witch. Are you not?
Huh?
The girl who lives by the lake calls herself a witch.
Witch?
I
don't know any witch. The only one who lives there is a saint.
A saint. I was told she was a witch. But regardless, there's a girl who lives there with miracle blood.
No.
Looks like I've got the right person.
What do you want from me?
I want you to help me.
Huh?
I need you to lure the witch into the open.
And why do you need that?
Because I need her blood. I need to get my hands on the witch's miracle blood.
And go ask for it for herself. Go ask her for it yourself. Why should I have to help you?
Because he's gonna kill you if you don't. She won't open the door for me. But you, I've seen you talking to her. You seem quite friendly with the witch. Taking little walks around the lake. How? I need your help. And what are you going to do once you have her outside? I have orders from the Lord to take her to captivity. To take her captive. What? The Lord? Why would he? That is none of your concern. You expect me to buy that? All I need from you is to get the witch out of that house. Why would I? She doesn't trust me. I could always force my way in. There is a chance something might go wrong, and I can't risk that. If she hears your voice, she'll open the door. Yes. The witch trusts you, unlike me. With your help, there's no risk of anything going wrong. You barge in here and tell me you want to capture her, and you think I'm just going to agree to help you? Like hell I will. Oh, don't worry. You'll get your share. You'll need the witch's blood too, right? I don't care about getting a share. You're asking me to deceive her. I don't care what you think she is. She hasn't done anything wrong. So no, I won't help you capture her. You leave me with no choice then. What? Huh? He approached the bed where Nellie slept, drawing his sword and pressing the tip against her throat. It happened so quickly, and without any warning, my mind couldn't keep up. I stood there, mouth half open like an idiot. If I were courageous, if I were gallant and brave, then maybe I would have grabbed him, holding him away from Nellie. My legs seemed to be severed from my mind. They were frozen to the floor like two useless rocks. You have two options. Either you say no and protect the witch. Get away. Or you help me capture her. Get away from her right now. And if you choose the witch, I kill the girl. Get away. Make your decision. Get away from her. You have until the count of 10. If you don't choose, I kill the girl. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Okay, I'll do it. I'll help you. So get your sword out of her face. Don't kill her. I thought you'd hold out till the last second. Well,
What are you waiting for? Let's get going. Get moving.
1 second, everyone. Sorry about that. Little sippy of water.
You pitiful little boy. I felt like jumping into a lake.
Well, you could. If you're on the way to her house, you could. You could very well jump into the lake. But we all know Mell's too much of a coward for that. He's too much of a coward.
I couldn't make sense of how I ended up in such a position. Just a few months earlier, I had been living back at my family's estate. Hardly a worry in the world. Nellie had been healthy and happy. It hadn't been exciting, no. But I had figured out that was how things would always be. That one day, I would fall for some noble girl. Nellie would get jealous, and I'd have to spend several days, or even weeks, pacifying her. Everyone would be happy. A life free of troubles. Because that was normal. And I was normal. But what was I doing living in some tiny cottage so far from home? Feeding my sick sister miracle blood? What was I doing walking beside this barbarian? What was I doing at all? I was conflicted. Part of me hoped we would never arrive at the lake. And part of me wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible so I could get... And part of me wanted to get there as quickly as possible so I could be done with all of this. But time plodded on, no quicker or slower than normal. We arrived at Morgana's door in short order, irrespective of my selfish hopes. The thought of what was going to happen next filled me with crushing sense of guilt. I may have been afraid of Morgana, but I had no grudge against her. I was actually quite grateful to her. She was still healing Nellie, even if the ceremony to do so inspired fear in me. She didn't hesitate to cut open her own wrist for Nellie, and for me. She didn't grimace or even frown, though I knew it had to hurt. I knew damned well she wasn't a bad person, that she hadn't done anything to warrant to be taken out of custody. She hadn't done anything to warrant being taken into custody. She might as well have been a genuine saint. And there I was, selling her out because a man with a sword threatened me. Oh, Father who art in heaven, please forgive me for what I'm about to do. Please, please forgive me. Quit sniveling. You want her to get suspicious? But how? I can't. Please, oh God. Ah! Stop crying. Or would you rather I kill you here? Just close your eyes. It'll be over before you know it. Do it. All on the witch. Swordsman just looks back and there's just me. Yeah, me sobbing in the corner. Yeah. Who's there? It's me. I'm not here about Nelly today. I'm sorry for being so distant lately. I wanted to talk things over. I thought I heard a faint gasp through the door, and then she responded. I want to talk to you too. Why? Why did she have to want to talk now? She'd always been so curt, so rational, so quick to cut down my fantasies. Never once did I get emotional or sentimental. She'd always given off the impression of being something greater than we mere humans. Always been so aloof, never giving any indication she thought of anything of me at all. So why? Why did she sound like a normal girl now? Why was her voice trembling slightly when she said she wanted to talk? Why now, of all times? Oh boy, here we go. I'm not screaming today, guys. I'm sorry. My voice is not cut out for the screaming today. Ah. Ah. Get back. No. Stay away from me. No. Yeah. Yeah. Help. Don't kill me. And yep, he cut her arm off. Take it. That's your share. Should last you long enough. Why? Why? Why did you take my arm? What do you mean by share? What? Why? Why? It all happened in less than a minute. I told her I wanted to talk. She opened the door, and then I heard the sound of the wind whipping past my ear. And the next thing I knew, her cottage was covered in red. Never once did I expect anything to happen how it did. When he said he wanted to capture her, I took it to mean actually that. I hadn't thought he would turn brutal. And he would do something so horrific. After the man cut off her arm, Morgana tumbled to the floor, floundering about as he watched, blood trickling down the curved blade in his hand. She screamed. Her screams were indistinguishable from that of a normal person. And Mell's throwing up. Her arm. Kneeling in the grass at the lake shore, I vomited and vomited and vomited. The things I had seen in the cabin were far too much for me to handle. I tossed the arm, Morgana's arm, the man had given me into the lake. What else was I supposed to do with it? It was an arm, a human arm. You would have been insane to go around carrying someone's severed arm. I tried to convince myself it was all a dream, some terrible nightmare. I could feel the warmth of her skin fresh on my hands, the warmth of her blood on my fingers, dragging me back to reality. My mind couldn't keep up with the flood of thoughts and emotions and images. I wanted to close my eyes, but I was too afraid I would find the bloodbath of the cottage on the back of my eyelids, which left me with nothing to do but wail. I was horrified at what I had done. I knew that I was the one who had set it all into motion. If I had kept quiet, Morgana wouldn't have had her arm cut off. I didn't want to admit it was my fault. I didn't want to accept that I had caused it. I did nothing wrong. It's not my fault. He threatened me. So it's not my fault. I had no choice. I didn't do anything. I frantically scrubbed my blood-soaked clothes in the lake as I watched the red clouds spread. I knew I was defiling something pure and beautiful, but my awareness of the fact was slowly dissipating like the blood through the clear water. By the time I had gotten all the blood off my clothes, the sun had begun setting. I came back to my senses at the sound of a bird chirping and quickly recalled that I had left Nellie alone at the house. My legs were shaking and I could barely keep myself upright, but remembering her gave me enough motivation to drag myself back home. If she hadn't been there waiting for me, I seriously might have thrown myself into the lake instead. Mell? What's the matter, dearest Mell? Where have you been? Mell?
I'm so sorry.
What?
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Will you ever be able to forgive me?
Dearest Mell?
I never meant for this to happen. I'm so sorry. Please, I'm begging you to forgive me. I'm begging you.
Were you not able to get my medicine? Is that what you're crying about? It's not that big a deal, Mell. I'm just fine, honest. I'm all right.
Thanks. I wanted to forget everything. I wanted to forget about my involvement, about the horrible things I had caused to happen. Whenever I lay down to go to sleep, I heard her screams, Morgana's animalistic howls. Good night, Tyler. Get some sleep. Thank you for stopping by. Sorry, one moment. Gonna quickly stretch. I saw her cottage. Blood splattered everywhere. I felt her severed arm, still warm in my hands. From that day on, what sleep I got was hardly restful. Nellie probably didn't notice anything through her feverish haze. I'm willing to bet I looked like hell. Praying time would cause the memory to fade. I started looking for doctors again. Instead of clinging to a miracle, I tried to have Nellie's sickness cured the way normal people did. At some point, though, all that money I'd been given started running low. If I had thought about it for 2 seconds, I would have seen it coming. I hadn't exactly been frugal in my attempts to find a cure for Nellie, nor had I been especially concerned about money before she fell ill. I was so used to living like an aristocrat that I hadn't succeeded in breaking those old habits. Which left me with only one thing I could do for Nellie: be with her day in and day out. Every day that passed, I lost a little more hope. If I couldn't do anything and Nellie died, I'd be utterly alone. And that was what scared me more than anything. The nightmares were eating away at me, leaving me with nowhere to run. And if I didn't have someone there with me, I wouldn't be able to hold myself together. After 3 or so days of me sitting by Nellie's bedside, hardly moving, there was a knock at the door. Gee, I wonder who it is. Who could it be? Who's there? Who is it? Thank you for the head pats and the hydrate. And a one more time. There's the posture check. Thank you so much for the care package. I appreciate it. Open the door. Unless you want me to kick it down. Ugh. My suspicion was correct. I couldn't think of anyone else who would come to visit. But what I didn't know is why he truly had come back. I don't want anything to do with you anymore. Open the door. Leave me alone, please. I want nothing to do with anything you're doing. Open the door. No, I'm not letting you in for any reason. Okay then, I'll break it down. Don't. My sister's inside, sleeping. I don't need you waking her up. Then open it. What do you need? I did everything you asked me to already. What happened to the witch's arm? I threw it. I threw it away. You really think I was going to keep that? A person's arm? Mel, what's going on? Do we have a visitor? Nellie. I should get them something to drink. Don't worry about it, Nellie. You get some sleep, all right? Can we go outside? I'd really rather not talk in here. Fine by me. So that's your sister. Explains why you look so much alike. That's none of your damn business. You wanted the miracle blood to cure your sick sister, did you not? And you're telling me you threw the arm away? Yes, because what is he gonna do with a fucking rotting arm? Excuse me? Are you interested in getting more blood? What? Or taking the witch's blood, turning it into medicine, and selling it through the church? Selling it? You're doing business in a house of worship? No. I suppose we're technically giving it away. But we're asking for tithes, so it's really the same thing. I'm not from this land. So to me, it looks no different than a business. But the people here, they see it as a charity. The Lord says you'll assist us. The Lord says if you'll assist us, he'll provide you with the medicine we're making. The Lord? Why would the Lord be? Hell if I know. Because it seems like good money. Welcome in, Kane. What do you mean by that? You know, if you had told me that Yukimasa was basically Severus Snape, I wouldn't have believed you. Who's that? Who? What? Huh? He looks nothing. No. That's just, no, it's not. No, it is not. So, will you help us? You're gonna make me get my hands dirty for you again? I can't. Not again. Oh, right. I forgot to mention one detail. You don't have a choice this time. Huh? I have a feeling Severus Snape was like a... No, not really. You know about the miracle blood, which means we can't let you go unattended. If you say no, I have permission from the Lord to kill you on the spot. Why? So, will you help us? Or will you die here? What was the right thing for me to do then? Should I have fought back and died? Should I have tried to run? Should I have tried to take my own life? I'm sure you've heard enough to know by now that I'm a weakling, a pushover. I didn't have the spine to do anything but agree to meet with the Lord. He told me about the mansion, and he gave me one of the set of 3 keys. I wanted so badly to get rid of that key. But with that man's shadow constantly hanging over me, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Not when I could be the next one to end up losing a limb or 2. There was no way I could have disobeyed them. And that's everything that happened 6 months ago. Every day since I've arrived here, I've brought Morgana breakfast and supper. She doesn't say anything, but I saw it in her eyes the first time I stepped through the door. How could you do this to me? I've never looked her in the eye since, because I'm too afraid of what I might see in them. So, does this redeem Mell for anyone? Does that change anyone's opinions of Mell? No. Oh, I see. We still don't like Mell. Could have done something afterwards? Fixed his mistake? How so? Well, ham girl. Why are we calling her ham girl? It's Pauline. But would Pauline go against the Lord who's giving her the money to keep her church open? You know? And is how I ended up here. So, he was threatened. He didn't actually want to cause Morgana harm. That doesn't excuse what he's done, though. See? What did I tell you? I'm not at all the brother you thought I was. Mock me. Ridicule me. Call me worthless, a coward, a terrible person. Go on. What are you waiting for? You were threatened, Mell. He said he would hurt me. Hurt you. That's the only reason you went along with him. You didn't do anything wrong, dearest Mell. The other man is the bad guy, not you. Michelle's like, You sure? You sure about that? You did the best you could. You didn't have a choice. That terrible man forced you to do everything. Nellie, you didn't do anything wrong, dearest Mell. No, I didn't. I didn't do anything wrong. I had no other choice. Michelle is like, no, not quite, my friend. That's not true. All you're doing is closing your eyes. You mustn't coddle yourself. What was I supposed to do then? Don't be mean to my Mell. Did you really do the best you could? Did you even once try to do something about the situation? As hopeless as it seemed. Could you not even conceive of any other options? Could you not have come up with something else to say at Morgana's house? Something that might have given her even the slightest clue she was in danger? That's true. That is true. He could have said something to, like, clue her in. But... when she opened the door, did you do anything? Did you even so much as attempt to stop him? My legs were shaking so bad, I couldn't move. There's no way I could have stopped him. And at the very least, you shouldn't have fled. True. True. This is factual. Should have stayed and told her the truth. That you weren't there willingly,
And maybe she wouldn't have felt so utterly betrayed. But he was there. You think I could have actually stayed there with him? Not a chance. And it's not like Morgana would have. She opened the door because she trusted you. She isn't the easiest person to read, but she was opening up to you. And what did you do with that trust? Stop it. Please, you've made your point. It's not all Mell's fault either. If anything, he's a victim. He was just trying to protect me. Were you listening to anything he said, Nellie? You were not Mell's first priority. He did what he did for his own sake. Well, what did you expect me to do? Pull courage I don't have out of thin air? What's so wrong with self-preservation? There was nothing I could have done to stop him. I'd love to see you try and do any better. Then maybe you'll understand how scared I was. How little I could have done. It must be nice to be an outsider. To talk about my experiences like you know anything. Analyze my decisions and go on about what I should have done. No worries, Samurai. Get some good sleep. Thank you for stopping by. Best of luck with your presentation tomorrow. You don't have a damned clue how terrifying it all was. How I felt having to go through it. Oh yeah, you're right. It sure would have been the courageous thing to do to sacrifice your own life for someone else. But you know what? People like that only exist in stories. Except you don't actually understand that. You just want me to give a crap for not being perfect. Do you want my pity? Is that all you want? If I tell you I feel bad for you, and oh, how hard it must have been, will that satisfy you? Do you not want to know what you can do now? What's even left to do? Nothing I do is going to make her situation any better. It won't make her arm come back. All is not yet lost. Open your eyes. Take a good, long look inside yourself. Think about what you can do. Stop sitting on your hands, telling yourself it's too late. There's still time to make a difference. You just have to commit to the act. I don't think you're an especially bad or cowardly person. I think you're an ordinary young man
might sound like I'm telling you to do the impossible. But soon, the time will come where you must take your choice. Make your choice. Where you must stand up and take some responsibility for what you've done. No one's childhood lasts forever. The good days are long behind you before you ever realize they've passed. When faced with the consequences of your actions, you should not have turned and run, but held yourself accountable. It is, perhaps, a disproportionately large burden for you to bear, but it's fast approaching, and you need to make a decision. Find your courage. Set Morgana free. Mell.
Mell.
But even if I open the door for her, it's too little too late. She'll never forgive me after. Is her forgiveness the reason you should act? No. It's penance for what you've done to her. Atonement for your sins. Whether she forgives you or not is beside the point. The question on the table right now is whether you are going to do the right thing. And what about her blood? Without Saint's blood, Nellie won't.
You don't have to worry about me, dearest Mell. My life isn't so important that I want to take someone else's away to keep it.
Wow, Nellie acting like the adult here. Bravo, Nellie. We won't talk about the sibling marriage part that happened just 6 months ago. We won't talk about that thing.
I'll think about what I can do to help too. It's partially my fault, after all. So please, Mell, set the Saintess free.
Your quiet life is built on a foundation of lies. And I know that by now. You realize there's no value in a life like that. You wanted to do something about this. You sought salvation.
Salvation?
But who would give it to me? I already told you I would. But why? Because I promised you.
You expect me to believe that?
Yes. You choose to sit here and wallow in your regret. There's no going back. Now is your only chance to make a change. Do we think he's gonna do it? Are we gonna have to force him to? Mell. All right, all right. I'll help. I'll help you. Set her free. Dearest Mell, I knew all along that was what I needed to do. But I could never bring myself to act on it. There's no way I could accomplish anything alone. I'm basically helpless on my own. Everything about this is so completely outside anything I've ever had to deal with before. So I had no way of having any idea what I was supposed to do about it. God can be pretty cruel. Why would he force a boy like me to make such a difficult choice? Yes, he can be. You were made to be part of a more normal, less tumultuous world. But you've come too far to go back to that. So the least you can do is change the world you're in now. Yeah. I doubt I need to remind you. But you know, you can't get in with only my key. You need all three. And the other two, they don't feel an ounce of remorse. Taking their keys won't be easy. Easy or not, we have to get them. And I'm sure there's a way. There must be. Just so we're clear, you're not going to overpower them. The guy with the sword's much stronger than you, and he knows how to use a blade. He's the Lord's bodyguard, so you're not getting anywhere near the Lord either. Even the two of us together wouldn't stand a chance against him. You seem pretty weak, from the looks of you. Who knows, maybe I am stronger than you. God, I really want to hit this boy. Don't we all, Michelle? Deep breaths, Michelle. Deep breaths. There must be a way to get their keys. I know they both have people they're close to. Huh? People they're close to? We can talk about that later. Now that you've made your decision, talking with me isn't your top priority, is it? Mell? Nellie, I'm sorry for involving you in all this. And I'm really sorry for being, well, what I am. I'm no prince, that's for sure. You always were my prince, dearest Mell. You did your best to be the brother I wanted you to be. Honestly, I adored the way you fawned over me. All that affection just felt so good. What? It made me feel like I was special, important, having someone to care for, to pamper. It was empowering. That's the kind of guy your brother is. If someone else
if some other girl were to ever show up and call me her prince, say she loved me, I'd probably try to act like a prince for her too. Why would you say that? Because all this, it's been so hard on me. Such a huge weight on my shoulder. That every so often I would think, just how much easier would it be if I got rid of her? Could get rid of her. Damn, okay, Mel. Jesus. Yeah, get rid of his sister. Get rid of his sister. If Morgana was just a regular girl, not a saint or a witch or any of that, just a pretty girl about my age, she might have been the one getting all my attention instead of you. That's who I am. That's not you, dearest Mell. You're just beating yourself up. Maybe you would have chosen her over me. But that wouldn't make you any less of a kind man. How can you say that after everything I just told you? Because, Mell, Tell me how despicable I am, Nellie. I'm not the brother you once adored anymore, am I? You're not what I thought you were. You're still my one and only brother. That will never change, no matter what kind of person you become. It was wrong of me to try and make you into my prince, Mell. I should have done my job as your one and only sister in the whole wide world, to be there to help you as much as you helped me. I kept pushing my fairy tale fantasies onto you. And you did your best to live up to them. And I ended up forcing you to pretend to be someone you're not. That's not true, Nellie. I enjoyed feeling idolized. But you knew it wouldn't last forever, didn't you? I should have been beside you, not looking up at you. I let you coddle me. I let myself indulge in your love. I thought everything would be alright as long as you kept telling me how adorable I was. They were like magic words to me. I kept my eyes shut. Now, starting today, I'm going to do my best to be your sister. I'm all done holding you to fairy tale ideals. I won't make you to pretend to be a prince for me anymore. And I won't try to be your princess either. I'm just gonna be your little sister. So, get back on your feet and stand tall, dearest Mell. I know you probably have to pay for what you've done when the Saintess goes free. And I know I'll probably cry about it for days. But I won't regret making the decision. I don't know what to say. I wasn't expecting you to handle this so maturely. You're putting your big brother to shame, Nellie. Mother once told me that girls grow up faster than boys. She was right about that. Thank you, Nellie, for accepting me, in spite of all the awful things I've done. And for having me as your brother. You're quite welcome, dearest Mell. This is quite literally not the same Nellie as door 1? What do you mean? Yeah, it was just basically all Morgana knew of each of the women. But she doesn't know any of the women. She just knows there are important women in each of the lives. So she's able to insert horrible versions of them into each next timeline, right? Or something horrible happens to them if they aren't the perpetrator. Well, it looks like that's one problem solved. They finally reached the point in their relationship where they belong. If she could have come to terms with herself sooner, come to an understanding with him, then maybe she could have reeled in her ideals before she lost control of them. Yeah, maybe. This Nellie and the other Nellie seem to be of the same essence. They both have a somewhat excessive love for their brothers. And that love expressed itself by transforming him into a prince. She could have done the same then as she did here. Then maybe their tragedy would have been avoided. This is before then, though. Since they were able to fix things up in this life, maybe it'll have had a positive effect on their next. This could change the future. Well, no, they are... Okay. They knew that there's this... Morgana knew of this love between the siblings, but she didn't know to what extent. So it's essentially mimicked, you know? Just to a more extreme degree in the reconstruction. Yes, still extreme, but more extreme. They may share the same souls, but they live completely different times. You really think something like this could have an effect on the lives of people hundreds of years from now? There's no way to be certain, of course, but considering how tightly the two seem to be bound, I doubt it'll have no effect. I hope it has some effect. Giselle. I was there, in the mansion, as it all happened. I just stood by and watched. I feel so guilty about that. I'd done something, and maybe it wouldn't have turned out like that. I hate that I was what I was then. What I was until just recently. From the memories left imprinted through the mansion, I showed you bits and pieces of their lives. And as I told you their tale, the only thing I contributed was disparaging commentary. I don't feel like you were that critical of them. I absolutely was. I talked about them like they were somehow beneath me. Yes, you did occasionally offer an opinion on someone or something you showed me beyond the doors. The fact that you were mostly detached from the events is there is what allowed me to get to the core of their characters. If you hadn't been in the position you were, so you could have told me the stories the way you did, I would have never been able to talk to them into helping. You contributed more than criticism. Your words weren't for nothing. They made this possible. It makes me feel a lot better hearing that from you. And if you still regret your inaction, then make up for it by taking action here and have faith that it will bear fruit in their next lives. It will. I wonder if Morgana might have a change of heart too. It's not like Mell wanted to bring her so much pain. He deeply regrets what he did, so maybe she won't bear quite as much resentment for him when she learns that. Yes, I know what you're going to say. That was enough to message her. She wouldn't have held onto her hatred for all those hundreds of years. Still though, I hope it does something for her, however small. As do I. It's gotten pretty late, so I'm gonna take Nellie back to the cottage. Okay. You have some secret plan to get the other 2 keys? Could you fill me in on it tomorrow? Sure. Also, I could get you another room if you wanted. This one isn't the nicest. No, it's fine. I've come to realize I'm more at home in this less comfortable environment. Michelle. Am I just imagining it, or was that as depressing as it sounds? Yes. Yes, it was. That's not quite what I was going for. Well, anyway, if you're fine with it, suit yourself. Say, I've got one huge lingering question, if you wouldn't mind enlightening me. Yes. Why would you go to such lengths for me? You seem to know Morgana, so I can understand why we would be fighting for her. But me? I had a part in putting her in that tower. You have every reason to hate me. So why would you want to help me? If this was all it took for me to hate someone, then I would curse every last man and woman in the world. I bear no animosity for you. And even if I did, you've committed to take action. That doesn't explain why you're so concerned about us. It almost seemed like you actually cared about me and Nellie. But we're complete strangers. We just met today.
because some part of me couldn't think of you as strangers anymore.
Huh? That's right. When he came by this afternoon to talk, he didn't feel like a stranger to me either. It's weird. Like, it was weird. Like I had known him my whole life. So, I made him into my second brother.
Your second brother? You're more than welcome to change the order, Nelly. Make him number 2 and me number 1.
Aww. I wish I could join in and be big sister number 1. I'll have to think about it. After all that, you might be number 1 material.
Whoa. Why is this even up for consideration?
I'm just kidding, dearest Mell.
Uh-oh. I'm still kind of confused, but anyway. I'm glad someone like you showed up. I've actually been praying every night for God to send someone to get me out of this. I really am useless all on my own. Constantly looking for someone to help me. Unable to do anything myself. Trust me, I realize how pathetic that is. And now you must have had a pretty good life to be able to be so proactive in the face of adversity. Who's gonna tell him? Yeah, sure, we'll go with that. It's like when he's like to Morgana, oh, we're cut from the same cloth. And it's like, no, you have no idea what she's gone through. I bet you had everyone's respect. Helped people in need. Had plenty of friends who had your back. And weren't tossed out by your family like I was. Ooh, that's some extra salt on that wound. He keeps digging the hole. Is that what Sylvie keeps telling me, Maeve? Yes. He's sticking this foot in his mouth. His own, you know, sticking his own foot in his mouth. Oof. You must have been incredibly blessed. Oof. I'm jealous, really? Sorry, that came out of nowhere, I know. Well, I should get going. See you tomorrow.
Good night, Michelle. Brother number 2.
Good night. I imagine Michelle smiling with angry eyes. Yeah.
Michelle.
He wasn't trying to be. Yes, I know. I just thought it was rather funny. I'm not taking a stand because I've been blessed, but because I have nothing left to lose. I fight for Morgana because I understand what it's like to be tortured day after day. Having experienced the loss of my siblings, I didn't want the 2 of them to go through the same thing. If anything, it's those who have lost the most that are most likely to take action. I'm not sure if you've realized it or not, Michelle. But you've gotten to be a great deal more expressive since arriving to this era. I can't see your face, but I can hear it in your voice. I can feel it in your presence. So I'm sure it's showing there too. Making all sorts of faces I've never seen before. Some of the things you've lost, you seem to be getting back. So you can't say you've got nothing left to lose anymore. Promise me you'll let me see all these new faces for myself one day? I will. I promise. If we can manage to destroy the mansion, that should release you from its darkness and allow us to see each other once again. I trust you. I have faith we can do this. Wait. But with the mansion's destruction, both our souls should be returned to the rightful places, which would mean erased from existence. Giselle? What? I just thought I sensed you grimacing. Wow, you felt that? What's the matter? Sorry, I didn't want to bring down the mood. It's just, well... And I know this is asking for the moon, but... I was just thinking it would be nice if you had a life you could go back to. If I did? Yeah, I mean, here you are, expressive as you've ever been, walking around outside, being around other people, talking to them after all that time in the mansion, and without a life of your own to go back to. I'm sorry. After seeing behind your door and learning how cruel and inhumane life was to you, I feel like the world could stand to do something good to make up for it. It's done all the good it needs to. I have someone who cares enough to lament my fate. What more could I ask for? Michelle. Thank you, Giselle. You're not the only one who's asking for the moon either. I wish I could have a life with you as the person I am now. And for that, knowing I have no future feels worse than ever before. Alrighty, that's enough moping around for one night. We should start planning for tomorrow. Things are definitely looking up. It only took one day to get Mell on our side. So let's keep it up and win over the other two. I would certainly like to, yes. Shh, where'd all that confidence go? The other two won't be nearly as easy to convince as Mell. I'm not even sure if we'll be able to talk them into helping. We do have a pretty good idea who the swordsman's in this for.
though. The nun. So maybe we can get to him through her? Like we did with Nellie and Mell. Maybe. Alright. Then we'll start by approaching her tomorrow. Sounds like a plan. The Lord, though, him I'm not so sure about. I'm assuming he's from behind the third door. We didn't run into anyone he was close with today. And in Morgana's telling of the the events, the Harvest Festival, she only ever mentioned 5 people. Let's see. The Lord, the Swordsman, Mell, Nellie, and the nun? There's only one person unaccounted for. We just haven't run into them yet, that's all. If he's the man from behind the third door, I can't imagine she won't be here, too. Who's losing their confidence now? In any event, tomorrow we'll talk to the nun. I only hope that it goes as well as it did today. You've got me. You don't have anything to worry about. Or, all things considered, you might not even need me? No. I wouldn't say that. You handled Mell pretty amazingly, though. I'm not gonna lie, my heart was pounding the whole time. I was afraid you were going to slip up and say something boneheaded. But you managed to keep it together. And I didn't have to come to the rescue. Could she have died in his youth, though? But how would Morgana know of her? Was Maria in the section of the Lord's Manor where they were sacrificing Morgana? No. So I won't spoil where Maria is or where she comes into play, because it does spoil a bit of stuff. But Maria does know Morgana. Yes. Well... I could make a book of quotes out of your performance today. Oh, for the love of God, please don't. No, she is not. She is not. She is not. I will tell you that. No, she's not. So I'm not concerned at all. Say whatever you think is the right thing to say. I'm more than happy to sit back and watch. The more you pile on the expectations, the more afraid I'm gonna make. The more afraid it makes me that I'm going to trip up. Besides... I don't think I could have done any of this without you. Why not? Well, my life is hardly as pride-worthy as Mell seems to think. I didn't really feel like I had the right to talk to him like that. But knowing you were there, urging me on, was what allowed me to act without hesitation. So, thank you. No thanks necessary. But if you say so, then you're more than welcome. I'm glad I could have been assistance, if just a little. That you were. Now, let's keep this momentum up tomorrow. It's getting a bit late, though. You should probably get some sleep. What is it? I kind of don't want to sleep. What? Why not? For somewhat childish reasons. Aww. Are you sad you won't be able to hear my voice? Are you lonely? You poor, poor dear. I am. What? That's the last thing I expected you to admit to. He's so cute. He just wants Giselle. Okay, well, if you want to stay up and talk for a little longer then. Not too long, though. You need your rest for tomorrow. And who knows? Maybe I'll show up in your dreams if you wish hard enough. You get that? What do you mean? The feeling? I see. Good morning, Mgak. Hello, welcome in. The fact that I was even able to talk to Giselle right now is a miracle and a blessing. So is it avarice of me to yearn for more, knowing I've already been granted such a bounty? I want to see her face as much as she wants to see mine. We are good. We are good. We just found out what, how Mell got wrapped up into everything. He was essentially threatened to bring Yukimasa to Morgana, and that's how she ended up being held hostage. I hope you're doing well. And Michelle being cute, yes. No sussy Michelle today, only cute Michelle. She's infinitely more expressive than me, and I want a good long look at it, at all those many expressions up close. I want more than her voice. Okay, well, I spoke too soon. Slightly sussy Michelle. For fuck's sakes, Michelle. I want her whole body. I want to feel her warmth. In this era, I have all 5 of my senses in full working order. As much as is when I was alive. Giselle, though, she doesn't. She remains dead. As lively as she may be now, that's one thing she did not get back. I truly wish she could be here too. She could have certainly found more joy in her renewed life than me. She certainly belongs under the sun more than I do. But she, rather than me, was the one left behind in the realm of darkness. A fact that frustrates me immensely. In life, I would have considered her remark about seeing her in my dreams silly and... Oh, God. I'm not saying that word. I don't know how to pronounce it. But now, I very much hope it happens. Okay. Thank you.
2 days until Morgana's death. Wake up. Come on. Wake up, please. Come on, up with you. Oh, thank goodness. You were out so good, I was scared you might be dead for a minute. Good morning. How are you feeling? What? Huh? Why are you looking at me like I just kicked your cat? It's incredible how much more pleasant it is to be woken up by a woman than a boy. That's the thanks I get for waking you up? Or did I interrupt a nice dream? I did, didn't I? It was a dirty dream, too, I bet. You definitely seem like the mind in the gutter kind of guy. And I have 2 of them in my chat as well. So, you know. It's fine. Daddy Umgak, though. I can smell a bold-faced lie when I see them. Also, yes, I realize that made absolutely no sense, but it's fine. I'm the goodest. Honestly, I thought you were gonna want the game. No, no. Oh no, Umgak. What does the blushy plus the tail mean? What does that mean? I will murder you. I agree, Michelle. I agree. Whoa, whoa, let's not be hasty now. You said you were going to help me out. That doesn't sound very helpful. And the worst part is how similar his wake-up call was to Giselle's. Okay, now that time I thought you were not reading from the game. Oh no, have I taken on too much of Michelle's voice and now it's just synonymous with one another? Oh no, this isn't good. I'm just kidding. And you know, I can get up on my own. Fair enough, I guess. Though, put yourself in my shoes for a second. I came in and you were still a corpse. Still as a corpse. Psycho streamers threaten innocent chatters with violence. True. It startled me enough that I took your pulse. He touched me while I was sleeping? Okay, he was checking to make sure you weren't dead, Michelle. Stop being weirded out. He's not... It was faint, but it was there. That's wonderful news. They're handing out breakfast in the dining hall. You can go and get a plate yourself, if you want. It's just some bread and wine, though. Dining hall? There was quite the crowd. All the people here helping for the festival prep. So you should probably hurry if you want some. Hold on. I need a minute. My mind's still waking up. First off, I thought you said the church wasn't offering boarding at the moment. So why a dining hall? Right, it's not. But they do still offer breakfast. For free, of course. I see. Now, what do you mean by festival prep? As I mentioned yesterday, the heart of the festival is here at the church, but it's a citywide event. There are all sorts of supplies that are needed to be purchased, decorations made and put up, that sort of thing. So we've got volunteers from the city here to help. I see. I believe today we're supposed to be putting up decorations outside the chapel, so the courtyard should be a bustle. The courtyard? Ah, yeah. Less court, more yard, really. We passed through it on our way here yesterday. Oh, right. I think I know what you're referring to. So, as long as I'm here, I don't have much choice but to help with prep. I'd honestly rather set Morgana free right now, but the other two are bound to find out if either of us do anything conspicuous. So for now, I should stick to my routine, at least where people can see me. That would be a smart thing to do. Yeah. Anyway, let me know what you're planning on doing when you're planning on doing anything. If there's anything I can do to help, I will. I will let you know. Okay, well, I should get going. Bro, he's suddenly a genius and so fully committed. Yeah, he's never committed to anything in his life except this. See you later, I guess. Mel, do you know where I could find the nun? Her? She should be in the dining hall. Thank you. And the other two men? The Lord and his bodyguard? They're only ever around early mornings and nights, so I doubt either of them are here right now. Why only then? That's when we go up into the tower. Though, even if they were on the property, you wouldn't be able to just walk up and talk to them. Especially not the Lord. Also, I don't keep track of where they go or what they do. Sorry. I don't really want to know what they're up to. So I've kept myself distant. Understandable. Thank you anyway. See you later. He's holding it together fairly well, all things considered. Finally resolving to do something about Morgana took a big weight off his shoulders, I guess. Oh, Giselle. Good morning, Michelle. Morning. It's a bit sooner to be feeling relieved, I think. There's still work to be done before Mell can face Morgana. That first step is still a big one, though at least for him. I suppose. Anyway, sounds like the Lord is going to be difficult to make contact with, which was what I was afraid of. Our only opportunities are when he's here to feed Morgana. Mell did say he didn't keep close tabs on the two of them, so there might be more than just that. First priority is to get you fed, though. So off to the dining hall we go. Out of curiosity, did you sleep at all?
I haven't been sleepy once since I became the maid. But I'm used to it, so don't worry about me.
You said, you see what I'm seeing there in the darkness, didn't you?
That's what it looked like, at least.
Which means when my eyes are closed, she has no light at all. Maybe I shouldn't have gone to sleep after all?
I know what you're thinking, Michelle. And no, you're wrong. You need your sleep. You won't have the energy to do anything if you don't keep yourself well rested and nourished.
Why does that sound so like similar words I've said recently? You're right. We should get going.
To the dining hall.
To find Pauline, to find Pauline, to find Pauline. Here we go. I make my way through the halls to the room with the fireplace, the area I used as the living room, and the area currently serving as a dining hall. Sitting in the center of the room is a long table lined with bread and wine. Standing behind the table handing out food to the long line of people is the nun. This being a church, no one is speaking especially loud, but there is an indistinct buzz hanging in the air as dozens of people whisper back and forth. The majority of people in the room look poor, like they genuinely need assistance, but there are a handful of those who look more than well off. That's a lot more people than I was expecting. They don't turn anyone away, which, as I recall from Morgana's account, nearly drained the church of everything it had once. They don't seem to be want for supplies at the moment, though. Though I assume that's thanks to the Lord's patronage. Most likely, yes.
In any event, I doubt we're getting anywhere near her in the mornings. Looks like she's got her hands full.
That doesn't change the fact that we need to speak with her. I'm going to squeeze past the crowd.
What? Michelle, wait a second.
Hey now, no cutting in line, young man. We've been waiting since dawn. Please let me through. I have business with the nun. I ain't letting you through just because you told me to. This is important. No more important than any of our business. Our lives depend on this food. So get your tail to the back of the line. Here we go.
What seems to be the trouble?
Perfect. Cause a disturbance and the nun will come and see what's going on. Good job, Michelle. Not what you intended, but it works. Could I ask for a moment of your time? I need to speak with you.
Well, as you can see, I'm a bit occupied.
I won't take much of your time, I promise. But it's very important to you. Give it a rest, young man. Can't you see she ain't interested? Give me a hand getting this guy out of here, fellas. What? Ah, wait.
Don't
Just don't get rough, okay? Of course, our saintess. Pick it up, young man. You need to get out of this room to cool off. Stop, watch the hair. Michelle, have we learned nothing? That went extraordinarily well. You know, Michelle, sometimes I can't decide whether you're calculated or reckless. And now I realize I never got that bread. We should wait and try to talk to the nun when she's not busy. She has to have some free time during the day. You're right. What do you say we take a look around the mansion while we're waiting? Who knows, maybe we'll run into someone else. All right. Don't let it get to you. Too late, it already has. As Mell had said it would be, the mansion was packed compared to yesterday, and most everyone I saw appeared to be excited for the upcoming harvest festival. A number of them even greeted me as we passed in the halls. They were so nonchalant about it, I wasn't sure how to react. I was amazed that anyone, let alone multiple people, would treat me like so normally, considering how far from normal I looked. There were a few surprised looks, of course, but no one called me a demon or an angel based solely on my appearance. What question? Which question, Kane? Perhaps they were just used to seeing people from all different colors around the city, so they might have an easier time accepting the way I looked. Well, there you go. And that's a good in-game excuse. No matter what the reason, though, it was quite nice being treated normal. After meandering through the mansion for a while, I make my way to the chapel. Despite knowing I have no way into the tower, part of me still wants to be near it. So I head to the back side of the podium, where the stained glass window towers over me. It's the same as I remember it. I always loved this window. It makes me feel like I've got an angel watching over me. Had I been given a different name, maybe I would feel the same. That said, I don't dislike it as much as I used to. I'm glad to hear it. Off to the side, at the very back of the room, is the door leading to the observation tower. It's chained shut, though that's not a surprise. The lock is the same as the one I saw back in the mansion. The chains, they're just regular chains. They're not glowing with that awful black light. They're simply dull and gray. If only I had an axe, then we could just chop the door down right now. I don't think an axe would help. If it were wood, maybe, but this is metal, and it's rather heavy at that. You never know. Hit it enough and anything will break eventually. We'd be in chains ourselves long before we made it through the door. What are you doing there? Hello, good sir. We were looking for you.
It's him. I was under the impression you and the Lord were only around in the mornings and nights. And why would you know that? Oops. Who are you? He's getting suspicious, Michelle. I'll take care of it. Welcome back, Marky. Oh, goodness, I forgot about that. I forgot about that song. Thank you, Marky, for reminding me. I'm a friend of Mell's. A friend of his. Does that surprise you? Never once have I seen a friend of his before. He has plenty of friends, I'm sure. No one has had the opportunity to pay him a visit, that's all. Never mind the boy's social dealings. Was he the one who told you about my schedule? That I work for the Lord. I've got to be careful with about what I say here, or he's gonna start getting suspicious of Mell. And I'm going to save just in case. Boop. Boop. Just in case. I have a feeling this might be a choice. This might be a choice that might kill us. I asked him. Yay, death! Whenever he's on screen, just know death is around the corner. Asked him what? I heard some talk around town that the Lord's seen coming in and out of the estate more than one occasion. Naturally, that caught my attention. A lowly peasant like myself almost never has the opportunity to cross paths with a lord. So, hearing he was a regular visit here, I was hoping to have the honor of catching a glance at him. When I asked Mell about the lord, he mentioned he had a bodyguard. Which got me wondering. What kind of person would someone so distinguished entrust with his life to? Dig around too much and you're liable to end up in the ground yourself. So he told you I was the Lord's bodyguard. Was he not supposed to, for some reason? No. It's true. I am his bodyguard. Question is, how did you know it was me? It wasn't difficult. You do stand out from the crowd. From Mell's description, I was able to recognize you almost immediately. If our roles were reversed, you would have similarly little trouble identifying me from a short description. The only thing distinct about me is my race. Where do you come from, if I may ask?
beyond the Silk Road. From the east, then. What country? Is that any of your concern? No, I'm just curious. Why is your hair white? Why are your eyes red? They're naturally that color. Is that so? Nature can be quite the ball and chain. Is it just me? Or does it sound like he's sympathizing with you? It's hard to say. Honestly, I'm still having trouble reading him. Either way, it sounds like he bought your explanation. So it does, which is a relief. Now, what business do you have with this door? The door was not my objective. I came to look at the stained glass window. I happened to notice the door with an unusual lock off to the side. So I got curious and went up to get a closer look. The area behind the pulpit is off limits. I was unaware. Maybe I'll have to put some ropes up then. Why is it off limits, though? Is that any of your concern? Thank you for the marquee, please, Marquee. No, but by the way you're talking about it has piqued my curiosity. You don't know how to keep your nose out of places it doesn't belong. Get out of here. And don't come back. As you wish. Hold on. Yes. Your name. Michelle. Michelle. Almost the same as the angel there. That would be because I was named after him. I see. What an unfortunate name. I despise angels. May I ask what yours is? I have no name. You don't have. What do you... No, never mind. Farewell. Very edgy. Very, very edgy. Oh, wow, that was scary. He does not want anyone getting near that door, huh? Though, I thought he was gonna pull his sword on you. I wonder. Would I die if he tried to kill me? There weren't many people who could get away from a blade like that, especially in his hands, unharmed. You're probably right. Having already died once, the idea of doing so again feels wrong somehow. You managed to talk him down, though. I'm surprised. You're quite the accomplished liar, Michelle. Is that so? It's hard to believe that that was the same awkward, stuttering Michelle I know and love. Am I really that much of a bumbling fool normally? Yes. I wonder what he was doing back there, though. It's well past dawn. Standing watch, presumably. With as many people as there are roaming about, he's probably worried about people, like me, getting near the door. I doubt he plans on spending much time anywhere else until the festival's over. And with him on guard, we've pretty much got no access to the door. I sure hope we can talk him over to our side. Mell was never an enthusiastic accomplice. His guilt was what allowed us to win him over and to get him to confess everything. On the other hand, he's not likely to be so forthcoming. It all depends on how deep his ties with the nun are. Presumably, she's the reason he's involved. That said, we managed to communicate well enough. Are you still sore that I called you awkward? No, I don't mean me. I mean him. What? Oh. He's far from rational or coherent when he was living with you in the mansion. You're right. He does seem a completely different person here. Losing his memory in the shipwreck was probably what triggered his transformation into the beast. So I guess this must be what he was like before that? What he carries inside him is no different now than it was then. He's simply able to hold himself in equilibrium now. He's keeping a balance between his rational human side and his violent beast side. He does somewhat remind me of Bestia during his short period of calm. That, or the glimpse that we got of him on the ship while he was still a merchant. I would say that's probably closer to the man here now. Huh? The ship? You were the one who showed me the memory. What? I have no recollection of that. Oh yeah. You also mentioned seeing another woman's memories behind the second door, didn't you? From outside the mansion? You didn't see them though, as I recall. All I'm aware of is that what took place within the mansion, as well as whatever Morgana felt like telling me. Resignation. What? Nothing. Morgana mentioned something about me resonating. I don't know why I would be capable of such a thing. But because of what it allowed me to see, it's all but impossible for me to ignore the plight of these people. Anyway, the point is, however rational he may appear, we mustn't forget that that is not the whole picture. He's much a killer in this life as he is in his next. He's a man of many faces. The gentleman he was around his lover. The brutal, merciless man he was on the ship. And the beast that lurks beneath it all. Everyone acts differently depending on who they're around. But there's something unsettling about how he does it. I do wonder what he meant when he said he had no name. As I recall, he was from somewhere far, far away in the second door. And he looks Asian here too, so I'm guessing from the same country. He said he crossed the Silk Road, so the eastern end of the continent, presumably. I wonder if he had the same name or not. It was an unusual name. Oh, what was it? Not quite, Giselle. Ukulele. Not quite. No, it wasn't that. It was eucalyptus, I believe. I get the feeling we're both wrong, and I'm farther off than her. It's not the kind of name we're used to hearing or saying. Hopefully we'll be able to get it out of him. Hopefully. But for the time being, we should go looking for the nun. I imagine she doesn't have her hands quite as full now. Probably not. To the courtyard we go, then. Which one's worse? Ukulele or eucalyptus? Wow, the crowd keeps on growing. Are they all helping with the decoration? It would seem so. Preparation for the festival is in full force. Liptus? Ah, I found the nun. She's over there. She's got a bunch of people around her, though. What should we do? I'll force my way through. How about plan B this time? Is that a question? All good. Michelle. I take it it's Nelly. Ugh. Yeah. Are you all right, Michelle? What's going on? So we've encountered the beast, Bestia, Yukimasa, and Michelle and Giselle were trying to figure out his name because they couldn't remember it. And they called him Ukulele and Eucalyptus. So I was asking which is worse that they call him. You went down pretty hard. Bestia. Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, we got the music back. The PTSD music. Oh, you're such a weakling, dearest Michelle. I don't weigh that much. Not enough to knock you over jumping on your back. You gave me no time to brace myself. Pish posh. My Mell would have had no problem catching me. And then he would have spun me around like a princess at a ball. Unreasonable doesn't even begin to describe your expectations. Are you sure you should be running around like that? I thought you were in rather poor health. Amazingly, I'm actually feeling pretty good. And I haven't had any medicine today. Maybe because I cleared things up with Mell yesterday? I cried my eyes out last night, but I feel better now. I'm glad to hear it. They do say health is as much mental as it is physical. So you might keep getting better if you stay positive. Just don't push yourself. Why, thank you for your concern, dearest Michelle. She's taking quite a liking to you. How do you like that? It's nice, isn't it? I'm more not sure how to react. Oh, just go along with it. You know you want to. I wish I could be there too. I want to pat that sweet little
That sweet little head of hers. Boop, 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 boop. What do you think she is, a cat? Now that she's opened up, though, I will admit she is rather sweet. Oh, there you are, Nelly. Don't run off like that. You scared me. It's not my fault you lost sight of me, dearest Mell. I'll try to keep a better eye on you. Oh, you came to check out the courtyard, Michelle? You know, you really stand out from the crowd. You're so pale, I could tell it was you from way off in the distance. Please don't say that, Mell. Please don't say that. As someone who is also very pale, please don't say that. I'm well aware of how conspicuous I am. But everyone's acting so unconcerned. It's honestly kind of disconcerting. I can't say people don't think you look unusual. No one's afraid of you or anything. It's not easy looking different from everyone else, is it? It comes with its disadvantages, yes. And she would have had to deal with the same thing. That's another thing I regret. I wish I could have treated her more like a regular person. I guess I just wasn't mature enough to accept her. You spent your entire life in a very sheltered environment. So it's only human that you would have difficulty accepting something that didn't fit your view of the world. It doesn't make you a bad person. Regardless, you did treat her like a regular person. That's the reason she accepted your invitations to go on walks. I guess. Question. You know what she looks like, right? I do. What did you think the first time you saw it? I know it's not the most tactful question, but I thought nothing of it. I simply saw her as a person, as a girl. I see. Well, what do you think? What do you know? Looks like I am a bad guy. And you're a right saint. No, I'm simply seen much worse. You know, kind of remind me of her. I do? I mean, you're much more personable than her, but oh, what's the word? It's not just the way you look, but there's something a little different than everyone else about you. Like an aura or something, I'm not sure. Oh, I'm sorry if I offended you. I wasn't trying to insult you or anything. But I mean, like yesterday, you were talking like a prophet. And I'm almost beginning to think that maybe you really did see a vision from God. Enough with all that grown-up talk already. You lost me ages ago. Yes, sorry. Who cares if Michelle is a saint or a prophet or an archangel himself? Michelle is my second brother. Besides, he doesn't look all that weird to me. The saintess is probably just an ordinary girl too. I'm big enough now that I won't think badly of her no matter what she looks like. You are, yeah. And when she's free and feeling better again, maybe we can get together and bake something. That'd be lots of fun. She'll forgive you. I'm sure of it. You know, Maybe we shouldn't be talking about this so loudly. Wouldn't want anyone to overhear us. Oh, right, sorry. But everyone's so busy prepping for the festival, I'm sure we're fine. Better safe than sorry, though. Adorable little munchkin level. As you say, dearest Mell. So, Michelle, are you here to help with the prep?
No, I was hoping I could find some time to talk with the nun.
With all the people coming and going, she's gonna have her hands full until the festival starts.
Well, that's unfortunate. Is it that important you talk with her? She may be able to give us some information that could assist in acquiring the second key. The second key? You're not saying she's involved too, are you? By my estimation, she doesn't know anything. She is, however, much more connected to the swordsman. Much like you acted to help your sister, I believe the nun is his driving force. Are you serious? I find that hard to believe. I mean, she's such a loving, charitable woman, and he's, well, a savage brute. A murderer. It has to be her, though. Have you ever seen the two of them acting peculiarly close? Never. She's kind to everyone. I've seen them talking once or twice, sure, but she wasn't acting any different than she does around anyone else. It certainly didn't seem like they had anything going on. Maybe they're hiding it? Surely there's something between them. I would certainly presume so. Nellie knows.
Nuns aren't allowed to be romantically involved, so they could be having secret trysts. A forbidden romance! How exciting! So you need to talk with her then, Michelle? Leave it to me.
You can do it?
Well, right now, she's showing people how to make decorations. Weaving straws into crowns and flowers and other things. I know how to make them too, so I can take her place teaching for a little while.
I appreciate it, but if anyone should be offering to help, it's me.
There's a bunch of them already done. Like over there, hanging off the tree branches. Can you make those?
No, cannot. They're very intricately designed.
You'd have to be really good at weaving to make those, let alone teach other people how. You should take her up on her offer.
You're right. Your assistance would be greatly appreciated.
You got it. I'll let her know you want to talk, so just hold tight. And you, dearest Mell, are coming with me. You get to help make decorations.
I'm not good at this stuff, though.
Nope. I said you're coming, and that's all there is to it. You, with me as your teacher, you'll be a pro in no time.
Yeah, alright, you in. Let's go. They're actually acting like brother and sister now.
Nellie seems to be in good shape, and it doesn't look like last night caused any problems for them.
I'm relieved. Hopefully, we can continue down this path.
They'll be fine, I'm sure.
I pray that they will be. Now that we have a little time before the nun is available to talk, I'd really like to find some shade.
Is it pretty bright out today? I thought you could see through my eyes.
I can, yes. I can see what's going on, just not as clearly as you. So, not enough to tell how strong the sun is, for example.
I see.
Giselle. Giselle. Are you alright?
I'm fine. I say, but the backs of my eyes are starting to hurt. 2 days now and hardly a cloud in sight. You don't get it, Kane, but I understand what's going on.
Ah, there you are. I hope it didn't keep you waiting too long.
She's fading?
Mm-hmm.
She is indeed. No, no worries. I apologize for pulling you away from your duties at such a busy time.
After that little surprise this morning, I figured you must really have something you wanted to say.
I do. Something very important. And if possible, I'd like to discuss with you somewhere more private.
Let me guess. You're gonna propose to me? Now, you should know better than that. I'm a servant of God the Father. He is the only companion I am permitted to have.
No, I just wanted to...
I know, I'm kidding. I just wanted to tease you a bit.
The nun is freaky! What do you mean? No! Umgak, no. Umgak, no. No, don't do this.
I can't be away for very long, though, alright?
Well, you don't know if she is or not. We don't know for sure. In her next life, yes, but she's not a nun in the next life. We don't know. I will do my best to keep it short.
Okay, let's head inside and find a room then.
After you. May I ask you something, Giselle?
What?
Yes, what is it? Is there something about me that makes people want to tease me?
No, not at all.
Whatever would give you that idea? If you say so. She's like, he still doesn't get it.
All right, you have my undivided attention. Make yourself comfortable and speak whenever you're ready. I'm here to help those in need. My ears are at your service. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Tell me everything and anything and everything.
You're a nun. You should probably be a little more particular with your conversation topics.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I actually want to talk about you rather than myself.
About me?
You, or the people you're associated with, I suppose. Are you acquaintances with that Asian swordsman? The Lord's bodyguard? I mean, I know of him, but I can't say I know terribly much about him. What? I was under the impression you were quite intimate with him. Did someone tell you we were? No, that was just the feeling I had. Remember, I am a nun. Whatever you think you saw, you're probably imagining. I'm not allowed to give any man special treatment, let alone be intimate with one. There's something between you two, though. What do you mean, something between us? Maybe you should try telling her we know about him here? His primary motivation is to keep her church running after all. Is he not here to keep this church, your church, in operation? Is he... What? Did he tell you he was? He did. Oh, really? That's a little... No, that's quite surprising. I hardly ever I hardly ever see him talking to anyone. Are you friends with him? Perhaps acquaintances would be a better word. Well, he seems to be a nice enough fellow. Are you really not close with him at all? Nope. So if he told you he was trying to protect this church, then it would have to be out of a sense of gratitude, nothing more. Gratitude for... A while back, he was in pretty bad shape. He was in a pretty bad place in life. And I gave him some food. This was when I wasn't all the way out here. At a church in the city. But there were other nuns there too, as I recall. Right. We also served as an orphanage. So it was us and a ton of children. I have since fallen out of touch with them, though. But as a servant of God, it was our responsibility to offer assistance to those in need. Which is exactly what I did for him. No special treatment. I just did the right thing. But then why would he follow you out here? Hmm? But then he's not as... Kidness, yes, kidness. All good, Mgak. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye. Don't worry, I'll be finishing up here soon. So whatever you think you saw between us, there's nothing there. You're Pauline, though, aren't you? I'm typing with eyes closed. This is difficult. Then go to sleep. Go to sleep. Nope. My name is Marie. Marie? How can that be? How can she not be her? Marie? That sounds a lot like the name we heard behind the third door. I don't think they're the same person. I concur. There's no guarantee everyone's names has to be the same. Mell's and Nellie's were, which just made us think they all would be. That's true. And so on the subject of assumptions, it's possible her connection to the swordsman is also a flawed one. But again, all we have to go on is Mell and Nellie. Although in Morgana's story, I'm pretty sure he said something along the lines of what he did to keep her church running. Was he not actually referring to this woman? I should get back to the courtyard then. Nellie won't be able to handle everything on her own. It'd be great if you were able to help with the preparations too. Oh, 1 second. There's absolutely nothing going on between the two of you. Why can't you accept the answer I've given you? I don't like being so blunt, but you're really overstepping your bounds. I said there's nothing, and there's nothing. What do I say? If she leaves now, it won't be easy getting another chance to talk to her. Will I be able to get him to tell me his story without having her on my side, though? Will I be able to get his key? Maybe you could try talking to him with Mell there? The two of you could convince him to give up his key. When I encountered his shadow in the mansion, he told me that if I had mentioned the key to him in the past, he would have cut my head from my shoulders on the spot. Then, should we try to find the Lord first instead? I think I'll try to shake her up. Take a leap of faith there on being somewhat between us. There's something between them. Happy now? I should really get going. Hold on, just one last thing. Yes? Would it be possible for you to grant me access to the observation tower? The tower? Why? Because the Lord and his bodyguard are keeping someone imprisoned at the top of it. What? They've locked up a girl with miracle blood. It's not very appropriate to joke about things like that. I'm not joking. The medicine you're handing out, it's real human blood. What proof do you have? I have someone else who can corroborate my story. And what proof do you have that they're telling the truth? When you hear what he has to say, you'll know. But the greatest proof is his key. Sorry, but there's no way I can believe someone being imprisoned here. Your claims are an affront not only to the good people who give their time, money, and hard work for the church, but to God himself. Open the door, and you can see for yourself. I can't. I don't have the keys. And does that not seem the slightest bit unusual to you? Does it not make you think that they may be hiding something? No, because I know it's being kept in the tower. You know? The observation tower is the Lord's personal property. He stores his money and valuables there because a church is less likely to be broken into than his manor. His money? Yes, his money.
And what do we think his money is? It's... Because what do you think his money is? It's not money. Morgana is his money. Even thieves fear God. So you can understand why he would want to keep his property here. Does that really make sense, though? If he's so afraid of thieves, surely he could afford to hire guards. He doesn't like keeping guards around. Why not? Haven't you heard? There have been several failed assassination attempts. The Lord is not a bad man. He can just be rather aggressive in his work, which has a tendency to make a man enemies. Some whom want to see him dead. And keeping his wealth at hand only increases that risk. Because it's not actually money he's keeping in the tower. That's why. Now, are you satisfied? Insist all you like, but he's not keeping money in that tower. He's got a... Are you after the Lord's wealth? Is that what this is about? What? Again, I don't like being so blunt, but... Who do you think I'm more likely to believe? The Lord who's been supporting me in this church? Or you, who showed up out of nowhere demanding me open the door? I'm telling the truth. There's a dying girl in the tower. I'm sorry, and I don't want to do this, but if you keep this up, I'm going to have to call the guards. I really must be going now. The swordsman helped the imprisonment. He had helped imprison the girl in the tower so he could get the money necessary to keep the church up and running. With your help, we could stop this. Take some time to cool off. Would it have killed her to be a little more open-minded? I really hope she considers the possibility we're telling the truth, even just a tiny bit. Is she so defensive because she trusts the Lord that much? Or is her trust in the swordsman? Or maybe, simply she doesn't trust me. I think I'll head back to the courtyard. I need some time to consider our next move. That's a good idea. And there might be something Mell and Nellie can do to help too. Perhaps. And I think... Oh, sorry, you noticed something, Kane? Yeah, it is. Her portrait is slowly getting lighter and lighter. But I think that is where we will end today. We are into Yukimasa's story. Okay, this might be 2 more episodes now I'm thinking about it. This might be 2 more streams. We have to finish Yukimasa's story, and then we have to do Jacopo's. So this might be 2 more streams. I'm sorry about that, guys. I appreciate you being here with me. Ugh. But I will see you all tomorrow for some Voices of the Void. I think it's Voices of the Void. Or is it Infinite Nikki? I can't remember. One of the 2. We'll find out. Maybe I'll switch them. Who knows? Who knows anymore? But anyways. Okay. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.